Hey everybody, figured I'd open some halves for myself because I picked up 4 boxes. 3 of them were circulated, so now I have a total of 5 circulated, and I got to get some of them back into the bank. So I can do that. Alright, give me just a second here. I'm going to go grab a drink because I haven't chosen one yet, so I will be right back, but you can start taking a look. Alrighty, I've got one. Still getting everything kind of set up here, so I'm getting my bag and all that. Alrighty. Let's run down the list, say hi. Make sure I'm on top or live chat and not top chat. Change that to begin with. We got KJ, VMC, Jim Thompson, New Marshall, Chris Helms, Mike Badger, Captain Vic, Jimmy Lacari, hello. Gatita, hello. Foster's Vines, welcome. And 74 Deeds, welcome. Yeah, I've got some halves that I'm going to open. I've got picked up my halves, and there was 4 of them. 3 of them were circulated. One was a 2025 Denver again, so I listed that on eBay. And so with those 3 circulated, I already had 2. I have a total of 5. So I'm going to need to start getting that back in the bank. Yep, we had a good time. Kids came over. They were happy and excited to see what they got, and they were very good. So this one's a little different. I'm looking, I'm like, VMC chose 67, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're doing halves. Tita says Dr. Pepper Cherry 39. That would be awesome to pull a Walker. It is halves, so if you want to change it, you are welcome to. Let's see, Fresca Blackberry. KJ Starry 65. So yes, it is halves. Chris Helms, Bright Zero 39. If you want to change it, you're welcome to. Just write it down as we see them. Fant Orange. Hey, welcome Coin Cody. Jimmy Lacari says Starry Zero 65. 74 says Fresca Peach 67. Coin Cody's Bright Zero 67. Katita says change mine to 68. Alrighty, that sounds probably a lot better, but you never know. Jim Thompson says a 68 shiny half. Mike Badger, 63. You're going for Benji. Bellows Forge, welcome. Mountain Dew Zero, 64. Captain Vic, 47 was. Walker, okay. I will put you for 47. Foster says a 68. Chris Helms, did you want to change yours from 1939? You're welcome to. I'll probably open at least 2 boxes, but we'll see how it goes. The last box I think I opened on a live stream, I ended up with 5 silvers or something. Not bad. So right now I've got years and or drinks from 74, Bellows, Chris Helms, Queen Cody, Gatita, Jim Thompson, Jimmy Licari, KJ, Mike Badger, VMC, Captain Vic, and Foster's Finds. And games and stuff should be up. I didn't open CloudBot, but I need to. It's kind of a last minute thing, so I'm still getting things kind of set up, so. Wink, I am giving you some points. KJ says you get me changed to 64. No, I had 65, so I will change yours to 64. And these are halves, not nickels like usual. And let me pull up the finds sheet and delete those. Been on the road a big chunk of the day coming home from New York, so I'm probably going to crash out early. So good luck. Well, thank you for coming for when you do are here. I can understand crashing out sometimes. Supposedly, I am not on call this weekend, so I was thinking maybe doing a stream tomorrow too, but not sure. But, all right. Anybody else getting a drink or years? I'll leave that up for just a second. And then Smoker, welcome, Fresca Peach. And a 65, sounds good. All right. Our drink tonight, Mountain Dew Zero. Yum. Haven't had an ender for a long time. The last time I did, I believe it was my daughter pulling it, and it was a walker ender. So hopefully we'll find some good stuff. Let's check it real quick. Let's see if I grab anything. I do have some new ones, but nothing super jumping out at me. Probably. I average 18 NIFCs box. That includes 2018. But I do find about 18 of those average per box. So, and I will pull out like the 77s and 74s and stuff to check for DDOs. I don't usually do all the 71s just because there's always about a third of the box, it seems like. And I'll probably go through a few rolls and then do some under the scope instead of trying to jump back and forth. So far no nifsies, but that's only roll one. I guess I should come up here so you guys can actually see too. Some nice enders and several inside. Yeah, oh! '2006 San Francisco. Back's a lot nicer. There you go. Let me grab that and put it on the board. And this is the other half of the pickup that had those, I think, 5 silvers in the one box. So hopefully we'll have more. Yeah, someone had said that I was supposed to be on call, and I said, well, I guess I'll see you guys Saturday. They said, why? I said, I was told I was going to be on call. And they're like, you're not on call. I'm like, well, someone told me that they changed it to me. I said, no. They said, we have you off, so whoever told you is wrong. I was like, okay. I was like, I will not fight that. There's the first NIFC, 2018. Like I said, I do find about 18 per box. That includes 2018s. I do pull them out. Most of the time hey, Metal Detect in Canada. Thank you for dropping in and saying hi. But I do pull them out and just look at another NIFC 2018. There's a few that I still try to upgrade, but the majority I don't keep. I did keep the last ones out because I can't remember. I thought someone said that they were looking at maybe taking a bunch of NIFCs off me. That is a green looking edge. It's not silver edge, I don't believe. Doesn't look silver. Nope, 71. a Benji proof, that would be awesome. Yeah, I saw it closed at about 80 bucks. I was like, that is crazy. So I looked it up when it was 50 bucks back in the early 80s when they had hit that, and did a inflation calculator and everything, and it basically it would have to hit $210 to be the same price as it was back then. So we still got another 18, so we got a long ways to go before hitting that level, but you never know. It's gone past where I would have thought. On the 72 and 82, for the no FGs, I just can see those with my naked eye. If it's something where I can't for certain see it, then I scope it. But 99.5% of the time I can see those just with without a scope. It's a interesting brown and purple. So when I saw, it's one of those things, I wanted circulated halves to open, but I also wanted more 2025s. So I only ended up getting one. And I listed it. Someone offered me $700, and I gave them a counter offer back, and they declined that. But it's like, I am not selling it for $700. I would have made literally 60 bucks after shipping and eBay fees. So I was like, nope. Figured I don't want to have too many getting stacked up here in the front, so I'll just go through them periodically and throw them on my lap. So far we're at 3 Nifsies. I think I'll update them after every 10 on those. I had that suggestion of doing a different level of copper rounds instead of just the coin packs. So seems like that is a good choice there. And I'll have to get the list all made up and everything for if people want the halves, or the it was Mountain Dew Zero. But with the 5-ounces, I like the idea of that one also, so. But like I always said, I'm always open to suggestions and ideas, and oh, I bet that one's a proof. Yep. $19.81 proof. It's a much better condition than the other one. Alright, let's see. Figured I'd throw that on there right now. Yeah, I can almost always tell the from the backs because they have that look, but that's why I still always flip them over and look at the mint mark just to double check. The most I've ever had in a box of proofs, I had 10 proofs in one box before. And they were all, like, the ends had been opened and then closed back up, and the box and everything had been sealed. So if someone did it, they must have glued it. But it didn't look tampered with or anything, and it was just all the ends. I was like, no silver, but I ended up having 10 proofs, which I always thought was kind of strange. No, that's not silver. It's got like a greenish white edge. It's funny because on camera it looks like it's a silver, but hopefully everybody had a good Christmas. After the kids came over and opened their stuff, and then kind of did some of that stuff for a little bit, we went over to Grandma and Grandpa's. And another 2018. Mom had cooked some ribs in the oven and had me finish them on the grill, and they were literally falling apart when I was handling them. So those were good. You might be a little behind, Fervid. Excuse me. Hello, Lyle. I'm on roll 13 currently, so I'm a little behind pace for regular Nitsies. I think the most Nitsies I ever had in a box was like 70 something. It's one of those, I always hope for a bunch of silvers, but I usually expect to find none. There's a 2020 Nifty. So it's one of those I expect zero, but hope for some. I did finally get up to an average of 0.7 silvers a box. HC the 81 proof, it's clear estimate market's worth about 10 times filled. Well, let's do this. It's got damage on it, of course, but there you go. As with a strike through eBay 1 of 1. So there, I'll update that. As in Canada, I've been saving up my USD cent rolls. I have almost full box worth, so I just return them back to the bank. Yeah, here, Mike, let me put that back on there. And so you have the S, but it's got damage right through it. But that is AG. Night, Jim. Yeah, to me it looks pretty clear. But the only problem is it's got damage on it, so I mean, I'll still keep it out, but I wish I'd quit getting these dirty ones that are green and whitish. Looks like we're almost up to 25 likes almost. Being a Friday and the day after Christmas, and I was like, I don't know. Maybe I'll do some and see who shows up. And to work longest day of doing nothing. Yeah, I just took the day off. I was like, I don't have to. I still have to burn hours, because they only allow you to roll over 240 PTO hours. And here's another Nifty, 2004. So I still have I think, one scheduled off, and I think that will put me 25 likes. Sweet. So exclamation God to get in on that. A 25 liker. There's another Nifty, 2003. But yeah, they only allow us to roll over 240, which if you don't use any, I gain like 8.3 per paycheck or something. So if I didn't use any, I'd be at 240, and you can only cash out up to 80 hours. So what is a Nipsey? I had to check and make sure I put NAFC up at the top, because I was like, did I put Nipsey? Our EIT, the extended illness, you can bank as much as you want, but you can't cash them out. And if you like leave or get fired, you can't get paid out on those. So that's just a extra bonus. So I have like 400 something hours on that. But I got paid on Wednesday because it comes in. I do my credit union gets it a day early than the banks. There's another Nifty 2020, and so I added another 8.3 hours or whatever. So right now I'm back up over the amount, but with that day that I'm going to be taking off, it should put me right at 240. on whatnot. Yeah, I've gotten on there and set up a thing and haven't really done anything with it. There's another 2020 NIFC. 2018 NIFC. Finish this roll of coins and then we'll do the 25 like. All right. The winner, Jimmy Lucari. Congratulations. You are welcome. So done with that, we now have 10, so we gained 7 on that row. And it's not all 2018s either. And I bet I got another proof. If you can see that thick edge, if it would come in clear. Usually those big thick edges are proofs, so let's find out. Oh yeah, that's nice condition. Oh, look at that. It's a 1987. So a proof and a NIFC. That one looks like it hasn't been in circulation hardly much at all. It's got the milkiness, but you don't see a ton of scratches or anything. All proofs are NIFC, but not all NIFCs are proofs, correct. Because the NIFCs and NIFCs, not intended for circulation, were like in, the mint sets and things. That's why you'll see a 2020 be a P or a D. They're not proofs. Sometimes those edges really stand out, and you can tell that they haven't been in circulation much because of it. Some other times the edges don't really show. Like that first one I found. Those two are both proofs, but this one is much bigger and brighter. And this one's a 2006, and it's all dinged up. 2018 Nifty. I think I'll just probably leave that up there so I don't forget to add them in. $374Ds in a row. Let's do some scoping. Hey, Natalie Peters. Welcome. Just doing some halves tonight. Figured get some of them out of the stockpile. I've got 5. Because I didn't open the 2 that I had, because I was like, if I get more new ones, I can still have some for the kids if they decide to open any. But it was 3 circulated and 1 2025. So we'll see if these ones sell again. I only listed them yesterday, so I hate those ones when I pull them out because they look like they're going to be silver, but when you get them up there, it's almost guaranteed. Yep, 71. $2018 Nifty. Right now it looks like I'm on above average to beat my normal Nifty, because I average 18. And we're on half a box and we're already at 13. So thank you for joining me on tonight. I was like on board and not doing anything and just playing on the phone and watching TV. I'm sure other people are also that way. Yeah, It's always fun to do that. I don't do as many solo hunts. I still got tons that I need to edit and post from before I started doing lives. But for the most part, I don't really do them like off camera like I had been. I can do a late night pop-up or something like that. Be able to open them. Still waiting on some of my 5-ouncers to get here, but I've now got the majority of them. $20.18, another Nifty. Why do you have so many points? You only have 1.8 million. I was starting people off at 10 million, but people were getting kind of low pretty quick, so I upped it to 10. And so some of them that are in here frequently are up to 17 or something like that. And some of them will be gamble all, which doesn't mean you gamble all your points. It only lets you go up to 100,000, I believe it is. Another 2018 Nifty. Nifty. Hey, Renee and me, Devin. Looking for silver proofs, any, of course, anything like NIFCs and stuff I do look for. The majority are 2018, but I do pull them all out and compare them if I see them. These are the 3 proofs we've gotten so far tonight. An 87, a 2000, and an 81. That 87 looks like it has not been in circulation too long. What do proof mean? Proofs are You can see how they have that frosted look instead of a normal coin. And that's an S mint mark down here. So those are ones that are produced and they put into mint sets. Am I going to grade them? No. Unless it was like some super rare one or something. You know, I might look at something like that, but for the majority, it's not really worth it to get most of them graded unless they're like old ones. Because you can find old proofs from, you know, 50s and 60s and stuff like that. Some of those are worth grading, but any of the modern days you can get. Is that a CUD 4 back? On a 74? Because otherwise it's already gone in the search pile. For 73s, I look on the I's and B's. You can usually see, for me, on those, easier than trying to find them on date. Sometimes you'll see stuff that might look like a doubling, but a lot of times it's machine doubling. Excuse me. A new Tomlov DM9 digital scope arrived. Awesome. I use a Tomlov. It was a hand-me-down that Pa had. And it's I think a DM9, something 9. Can't remember the exact model, but I know it's a 9-inch. And not a nail either. Probably have to be older to understand that one. NIN 9-inch nail. I guess I have the girl version. Well, there's a lot of different versions. I got mine like 2 years ago, hand-me-down, 3 years ago. And there's newer models out, and they have some that... Yeah, I saw that. Hopefully you saw the... Who is Tom and Ann, though? But I put a couple of the links, I'm sure you already know them, but Variety Vista and... I always forget the name of it, but I have it saved. It's the Wexler's one that has a lot of those. Most people know the Variety Vista, but but that's another proof. Oh, Tom and Ann. So the back, you can just tell, is different than normal. What do we think this one's going to be? It's a 72. It's a pretty nice one. Yeah, that one is a pretty nice one, and the 87 was a pretty nice one. A lot of times you find them and they're just beat to hell. Like the 2000 that I pulled out. Hopefully there'll be some silver in them. Like I said, these were the same pickup as the ones I searched. Can't remember when it was. It was some late night pop-up. And searched some halves, and there was, I think, 5 in that hunt out of 2 boxes. So hopefully there will be more silver, unless it all happen to have the nifsies in one box and proofs in the other. Like I said, my most nifsies I've ever found were 10 in one box. I know some people will like hunt for silver, but not because what it was all of the tops were opened like that, and then they were all folded back over, and so every single one of them was that way, and that's the box that I had 10 nifsies out of. The other side was still crimped and everything, so either someone took them out, put them back in the roll, or just pulled silver and replaced them with other coins or something. I've never had that happen to me. Came from the bank and it was sealed, and it didn't look like a re-glue type, you know, like someone hadn't looked like they had opened it and then re-glued it or anything. I also picked up 2 boxes of quarters. So now I have 4 of those. So more and more money is sitting on my floor instead of the bank. So it's one of those I'll probably do some pop-ups now and then to get some of those back. It was just between the halves and quarters. That's $2,500, $3,500, $4,500 sitting there. And that's not including my nickels, which I picked up another 4 of. And I don't have any dimes, but I do have that box of uncirculated ones that I'm hopefully going to sell. Last time I listed them, it was about 2 days after I listed them, I got my first sale, and then the day after that, the guy did a best offer and said, "Will you do this if I buy all 4?" And so I was like, sure. hopefully. Last few have been okay, but not super great. Come on, get off there. There we go. We had some of those boxes there for a while that were like really good. But it is one of those things that if I feel like it is not the greatest box, I do try to give you like an extra V-nickel or something extra, if it, no, 2007 Nipsey. I think if I remember, my last box was one of the better ones. 2 silver and full horn. Yeah. Boxes like that are obviously like, oh yeah. But when you get, like that one box was 10 50s and 4 from the 40s and I think 1 Buffalo or something. It's like, to me, that is not a good box. And I always want to make it so that you guys feel you know, at least get decent value out of it instead of, well, you got 60 cents in nickels, there you go. Very nice. I think the most I've had was 3 silvers in a box. Another 2018. Four rows down. Hey, Otis. Just see if there's anybody that needs any points. Devin, let me get you some points. There we go. 2018 Ender. I haven't had a magic coin in quite a while either. last half of the boxes had quite a few 70 or 2003s and 24s. Sorry, 2023 and 24. Another Nifty 18. Another Nifty 18. Make a roll of 18s by the time you're done. Yep. I don't usually keep them, but it's one of those that if someone wants a bunch, I will gladly sell it to them for face plus shipping. Because the majority of Nifties, even the other ones, I don't usually keep unless they upgrade. Because I have 3 sets. Two is complete, and the third I'm still working on building. Because I decided to make it so that my kids have one also. So that one I'm still have a few I need to find to finish it, but there are a couple that need upgrades on the ones I do have. I'll take one if you want to set aside for when I do my box in January. I don't have any Nifty halves that are not in mint sets. Yeah, I can set all of them aside, and you can either do all of them or just some of them or whatever. Like I said, all the 18s, I don't keep any 18s. Because I've got so many every hunt. Usually at least half of them are 2018s. But the other ones, if they don't upgrade, I just turn them back into circulation. Unless they're absolutely super perfect, and then it's usually an upgrader, so. I'm going to keep watching, but my keyboard will be pushed away, so I can't chat. Okay. I'll take what you have, one each for $1, and let me know. I'll send you PayPal. Okay. So you're talking one like an 02 P&D, an 03 P&D type thing, one of each of those? Not a whole roll of like 2018s or something. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those I'm not too worried about, you know, I want it now or anything. It's, you know, it's like we can settle up later. Worst I can do is just not put it in the package and send it. You know, if you changed your mind, it'd be like, okay. My stepdad was asking, because I had said I've got sold up to middle of January now almost. And he goes, does anybody ever worry about you not running off with their money? I'm like, well, number one, I'm not going to do that. Number two, I'm selling them as a hunt and giving them stuff in return. And it's one of those that I'm trying to grow my channel and get to where I can get memberships and then later get monetized, and I would never do that. Because, well, I know, just does anybody ever worry about it? I was like, no, and if they did, then they could pay me right before the hunt. And that is nasty. I was like, most of the people I have either interacted with a ton or I know from other channels or stuff like that. Another 2018 Nipsey. Last roll of this box, and then we'll do some scoping and then open another box. Womp womp. Yeah, that's like if I felt someone was trying to rip me off or something, I might go around it a little different. Or if someone felt like I'm trying to rip them off, it's one of those that, like I said, obviously never I would, but to make your name be bad over 10 or 25 bucks, it's just not worth it. I was looking at some auctions on eBay, and one of them I was looking, I'm like, that seems like a little too good to be like actual. And then I noticed his rating was a 33%, and he had only sold like 5 items or something. And one person was like, oh, this was great. And then everybody else is basically like, this is not what you advertised. He sent me an empty package. The other one was like, it was destroyed when I got it, and it wasn't, from being mishandled like a package. And I'm like, yeah. That's when you go, nope, not even going to look at it. Excuse me. I bought one walker that never showed up, but it was USPS fault, and the only way I could get my money back was to wait 6 months. Yeah. Luckily, I always have tracking with any of my packages, bubble mailers, whatever. And the letter I don't. Yeah, because then you have to fight with them and go through their insurance stuff, and it's a pain. Don't totally base decisions on eBay feedback. I got burnt on a seller that had 100%. Watched eBay removed his negatives as soon as they're posted, along with mine. Yeah, I mean, but when you have 5 sales and like a 33% feedback that's positive, to me, that's a little bit of a problem. You got 15 2018s and 6 of others. And those 4. So I'm going to actually run and get some Tums and get the other box. I'll be right back. Got the runs for Tums. I hope I don't have the runs for Tums. I think it was kind of being hunched over that little bit. It was kind of like, I think that was the majority of it. Everybody get everything they want? Pretty much, yeah. Oh. Let me put these ones. And we'll just set it right there. Well, let's see what box 2 has in store. Yeah, I don't find a ton of silvers in my boxes. I've only had a handful that were like 4 or 5. My best box was 10. That was the one with the Walker Ender, and that's the one my daughter opened. And then my son started helping. She found the Walker, 3 nice Benjis. Hey, 3 pirate flags. It's because it was the same pickup as the 2 I opened a couple weeks ago. I think it was a live stream. And that one I had, I think, 1 silver in one box and like 4 in the next or something. Hoping maybe there'll be some of those in here. Yep, if you're on a cell phone, you can double tap your screen instead of having to go through the whole go to the dots and all that. You can just double tap in 2018. No silver yet. And hello, Parker. Another 2018. This roll has a bunch of 23s and 4s, I'm betting. 23, 24, oh, 22, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 23, 23. Hey, Maple Leaf. I think I've given you some points before, Parker, so if you don't, let me know. Okay. I was gonna say, I remember seeing your name, but couldn't remember if it was because of adding your name. I was thinking it was. 2018, Nifty 3. Oops. Where is it? Oh, not 254. $2,003. He just got a grudge with you, AG. $20.18. So we'll see what we come upon. $20.18. Welcome, Bee Collector Rick. Yep, honey is one of those things that does not go bad. It might crystallize, but then you can heat it up and re-liquefy it. And it's always good to find local honey, especially if you have like allergies. They say that local honey can help fight some of that. I don't have allergies, so I would have no idea. But that's what I've heard anyway, is having local honey will help with that. And then honey can change. There's a 2018 throughout the year and from field to field. $20.18. Let's do some scoping since we're done through roll 10. And it used to be, a couple years ago, 74 DDOs were worth way more than even a 90 usually. And now that is completely changed. Silver is about what this DDO would be. Hey, 3 aliens. Awesome. Keeping bees with a smile in Amherst, Ohio. Got a few of our people from Ohio. I send a lot of my giveaways to Ohio and New York. The states, not New York City. Like I said, I've got 5 boxes, so I can still do a third one if we need to. Well, that one's... Yick. Quester in Ohio, yep. Not too many of us from Utah and Wyoming. There are a few that I've come across that are in Wyoming, but for the most part, not too many. I don't know why I was looking at the back of the 74. It is 74 is not the back for DDO. I think I was thinking it was a 72. I was looking for the no FG. I did a live with 10 original bank wrap, 10 customers original bank wrapped, had less than customer wrapped. Now we were talking about people living in Ohio. I'm going to put Queen Quester in Ohio. And Bee Collector, I'm going to give you some points. It makes you be in the stream at least 5 minutes before you're able to start accumulating points, and even for down the road. So from now on, when you come in, you should be able to just start right away. And again, anybody in blue is a mod, and they can add points for anybody that is out, which shouldn't be. I got my daughter a Canadian small scent book, and I didn't realize it was just number 2. So just the later ones, it was like 88 to 2012 or something. And she was really excited about that one. So for her birthday, because it's in February, I'm thinking I might have to get the number 1, because she gets a lot of leafies, and that's what she calls them, is leafies. And a lot of those are earlier ones. So book 1 is the one that's like 1950 or something through 88 or whatever it was. And I would have bought them as a set if I had realized it, but oh well. I had ordered stuff at the beginning of the month, and one package has 4 items. If you go on Amazon, look for Littleton books, are half the price. Yeah. I think that's where I got it, was Amazon. But I had 4 items coming, and they still, I think, are finally on their way. And then there was 2 others that are supposed to be coming, and they're finally on their way. So she'll have like 6 extra things for her birthday. They're green instead of blue. Yeah, I know that there's different brands and stuff. And the one I got her was, I think it was a Whitman, and it was $5. And I think what I did is I had it in my cart looking at some other ones, and then I must have accidentally oh, I did not even realize it from the edge. $1968, 40% silver. That's like, what, $10 or something? With silver closing at almost 80, it's probably over that now. That's strange. Usually I see them by the edges, and I didn't. Does it even look silvery if I stick back in? I'm a little bit. On camera it shows up a little better, but it doesn't have that normal silver edge that I always see. Yes, 68 is the oldest so far. I also got one of the things that she was really excited about is I bought some Shrinky Dinks, and she knew exactly what they were because she had done them in school a couple of years ago. And when she first saw them, she was like, and opened because they weren't like labeled on the box. It was just a brown box. And then she opened it up and started looking. She goes, "These are Shrinky Dinks." And I said, "Yep." And she goes, "I love these." I always like to get her like arts and crafts stuff too. 2018. I think it's the perler beads or whatever that you like put on a kind of like a grid system, little pegs, and then you iron them. And she loved doing those. I've given her candle making kit. Because it's like she said she wanted some LOL dolls or something, and she doesn't really ever play with dolls. Like when she's here, she doesn't play with dolls. So I was like, I'm not going to buy a bunch of dolls if I never even see her play with the ones that she has. I bought in canvas and acrylic paints and stuff because they were wanting to use mine. I used to sort of do some painting stuff. The logo of my Dad Hunts Coins, that back part, is a painting that I did, obviously abstract. I've gotten her a rock tumbler, but the background is what I painted. It's what I call a smear art, where you put acrylics and then you kind of smear them around. And hey, 2019. Wood burning kit would be kind of cool. (2003). But yeah, this year was really excited about the Canadian small scent book, and one of the oddest ones was I got them both lunch boxes that you can take cold stuff to school, and my son's was black, of course, because of course he's not going to want purple or some lavender color or whatever. She opened hers and she goes, "Purple, it's purple, it's purple, it's purple, purple." She said it about 5 times. 2018. Ring of Death. It was like, yeah, it's purple. I was going to say they should be calling here, but they're out of school until the 6th. Because on that first Monday back is always it's like a teacher prep day thing. So kids don't go in to school that day. So first day they're back is, I think, the 6th, that first Tuesday. And then their mom texted me and said they were going to be out of town in the middle of, I was going to say September, but January. So I'll have them for like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday which I don't have call that week anyway, so worked out great. And they can just ride the bus to Grandma's, which is right across the street. $20.18. Bee Collector Rick, I don't know if you have a channel, but if you want to type in !me, that will put your channel link so people can click on it and subscribe to you. I will always subscribe to anybody that needs it. So if they type it in, and I know I haven't, yep, just like AG did, you're welcome to do that too. It's free and I don't charge. $20.18. BMC posts things on his. I love seeing what his posts are. Out of curiosity, no, okay. Yeah, I was going to say my kids are going to be calling here in a minute, but because they don't have school and they're out, they won't be calling until probably about 10 o'clock. $20.18. We're just over halfway through the box, so we're on pace to do at least 18 Nifties in this box too. $20.18. Well, that one's horrible. I had one like that in the last box. Although, on that, doing a third box, I'll have to get another bag out because I can fit 2 boxes of halves in, weight-wise, which is 50 pounds, 2004. And the reasons it's upside down is because Australia is looking at it right now. I'm funny. Looking. Jimmy's a captain. I did take one of my bags that I've had that the bank gave me when I first went in there, the actual bank, and they were like, "Do you want this canvas bag?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." They're like, "It was from like some promotion or something." So then I went in the next time, and they said, "We got another bag if you want it." And I was like, "Yeah, I'll take it." So I was putting them in that, and one of them, the handle finally broke, 2018. So I took it over to Mom's and she sewed it up. Well, this one finally, the other bag finally gave out and ripped out of where it attaches. So I took it over. Got a few of these built up, so let's take a look and see what we have. So the kids' stockings were almost exploding. My stocking, yeah, not so much. I didn't even get an energy drink in mine. All I got was a lump of chocolate coal things and some coal dots. So all I got was coal in mine. So I get like my stickers and stuff I got from Sticker Mule. So my brother, he uses those when he makes stickers. And if you order like over $100 or something, they send you free hot sauce. And if you sign up using, like, I was like, "Do you have a referral code?" I was like, because I see they have a referral system. So he gave me his. It gave me like $15 off of my first purchase, and it gave him like $5 or $10 or whatever to use in when he orders. Well, I got an email from him like, I don't know, 10 days before Christmas, and it was like, I guess they chose like 1,000 people and are sending hot sauce to, and I put in that, yes, I would like some, so they sent it to me. So that's where I got my stickers done, because they are like the heavy-duty vinyl type. Not those like paper peel off on a big roll type. Actually, let me... switch out my bag. Oh, sorry. So these are the bags that I had made, the canvas bags. Either they haven't stretched out yet, or the opening is like 1 inch smaller. It doesn't quite fit in exactly perfect like the other ones do. $20.18. Let's see, get back to that. 41. I figure I don't need to put all of them into all 2 boxes into one bag, because if I do that 3rd box, we do have Magic Marker Man for those on pause channel. You know what that means. Someone goes through and marks the rolls. That way they don't have to recheck them, because you know it's so hard checking. And for me, those empty popcorn tins that you get, 2005. The ones where you usually have like 3 kinds in a one of those tins, that are like $5 or whatever. That is great to put my canvas bag in. So if you're struggling, like having a bag or something, or an ideas or whatever, that's what I do. So just like $9, yeah. That was a gift last year, I think. And I was like, And so it was sitting there, and I was using it as a trash can, like, you know, throw a tissue in or whatever. It's not the best one, but there's a 2018. And I was always just putting the canvas bag on the floor, kind of opening up the top and just dumping them in, you know, throwing them in as I filled them. And I was like, wait a minute. It fit perfect, and that's what I use now. I would like to get a second one, but I'm not the most popcorn fan. So I'm not going to go buy one just to get the container, but yeah, I tried that and it worked out great. The only problem is if you put like 2 boxes of halves into one canvas bag, and then you're trying to pull it out of the thing, It is a little bit difficult because it expands outwards and doesn't want to slide out. Yep. My problem is nearest Walmart or Dollar Tree is an hour away. And like I said, I'm not a huge popcorn fan. 2018. So if someone, if I see someone's used, I'll have to grab it. But 2008, see, we're still in Australia. Everything's always been upside down tonight. So that's the one problem, is being rural. If you're going to go over to Walmart and stuff, you have to make sure it's a good trip. Because otherwise you're driving an hour, spending all the gas. Gas out here has finally gone down a little bit. It is $2.99 in town, and at the reservation, which is just a little ways out of town as you're coming back from where Walmart is $2.79. So 2018. So if you figure, even if you're spending 3 gallons of gas because you have a really good car, so it's $5 or $6 total round trip, or 5 or 6 gallons, and then you're taking it at $3 a gallon. Like on my car, it would be for a round trip of over there and back, I think it's like 6 gallons. And I've just got a regular car, but 6 gallons at even filling up at the Tribe is almost $18. And it's like, I can either buy it in town or obviously for a lot more, or you can order it on Amazon or even do a Walmart, or if it's over 35 you get free shipping. So rarely do I go over there. Some people like purposely go over there, I think. Another 2018. Because people will be like, what are you doing? And they'll be like, oh, I'm going to St. George. What for? Oh, I don't know. And St. George isn't even where the hour away is. That's past where the hour away is. Yeah, it's crazy out here with gas. We're always higher. I think part of it is because we're a touristy type town. People are passing through to go to Grand Canyon, Bryce Canyon, Zion Canyon, that sort of thing. Another 2018. And it's one of those that makes it sound like, oh, it's, an hour away. But yeah, if you live in a big city, it might take it, 20 minutes to get to Walmart. Another 2018. And you don't really think anything of it. I also do Sam's Club Plus, because the nearest Costco is an hour and a half, and I think I see an FG, but yeah, barely there. But it's one of those that I'm not over there enough to use it, so I have like a gift card I could use if I go in. But I just do Sam's Club Plus because I get free shipping on $50 or more. And I travel past Sam's Clubs when I go up north to, like, when we go to the cabin and stuff like that. So for me, it is much more versatile. Plus, I find the prices to be cheaper, even for the exact same item. Because I have done that, where I have taken the exact same serving, you know, grams per liter, whatever, like exact. And Sam's Club will usually be $1 or $2 less, and for store brand, it's the same thing. Comparing apples to apples on store brand. There are a few things that Costco does better, like, it's like, for me, I'm not even going over to make special trips to go to a Sam's Club, but like I said, I get free shipping with the Plus. Their fuel's cheaper, and yeah, Costco's meat is cheaper. I know that. And there's a few other things, like, technically Sam's Club is, you know, got the quarter-pound hot dog or Polish sausage deal with the drink, and I think there's is $1.50 also. But their rotisserie chicken is only $4.98 instead of $4.99. Another 2018. Still upside down. Another 2018. £10 of pork loin for $7. Yeah. What I really wish they had was a Winco. But they're actually building a second Costco in St. George. And Sam's Club, the one problem with them is they don't open as many stores. (2002). So you don't have as many locations. But when I was married, we had a Costco membership because we would go over there more for more things. And we would obviously use it. Because when I was married, we had a family of 9. Because she had 5 kids when I married her. And then we had 2 of our own. You ever get a federal box with just the same year of half, and where do you return your coins? Back to, do you have to re-roll them? I do not have to re-roll them. I return them to the credit union. They have like a big Coinstar type machine. It's not big green and branded, but it's serviced by them. So it's not even the bank, so they don't care if I use it. Or credit union, I should say. And it just deposits straight into my account. The boxes I like for halves, I do get brand new ones. Sometimes last year I had 26 straight boxes of 2024. This year I've gotten a handful. But the last couple times I've gotten boxes of 2025 Denvers. And those ones I sell on eBay. And I think that's both questions answered. I know some places make you re-roll them. But like I said, ours is basically big. It's just big and gray. And it's got like the two big tubs in the bottom that have like 500 pounds each. 2005. So they come and empty it. And my credit union, because I am rural, so there's not a ton of choices for me anyway. And the only other bank that's big, and it's like a bank that's all over in the state, and in other states it goes by different names. They won't even talk to me. I've tried 3 or 4 times and they won't even talk to me. Yeah, it just kind of depends on the banks and who they get their supply from. In town, the bank and the credit union I go to, they get their deliveries from Loomis, is what I've been told. And it's every other week, so every other Tuesday they come into town and make delivery. But with my credit union, when people leave the rejects in the tray, I always take them out. You know, if I walk in and I see them, I take them out of the tray. But the bank said that they would just go over and they would throw them away. And I'm like, I'll take it. They're like, well, they're, you know, a lot of them are foreign. I'm like, I don't care. They're like, oh, you do foreign too? I'm like, yeah. So now whenever I go in, they always have a handful of change. So like this last time I went in, they gave me a Canadian quarter, like 3 Canadian nickels, 1 from somewhere, can't remember where, 2018. And another time I went in and they gave me a Mercury dime and a Canadian dime. But yeah, when I found out they were just throwing everything from the reject tray away, that's why I said, I don't care what it is, the condition, foreign, anything. I said, I'll take them. So it's one of those, when I walk in, they know exactly who I am, and they'll be like, hi, Adam. And they'll be excited to show me something. Like one time they were like, 2018. They were like, is this anything? And I went and looked at it, and it was postmint damage. Someone had ground down Jefferson's face, and they thought it might have been an error, and I said, no, that's Postman. I said, someone took a grinder to it. But even in my small town, like I said, there's only 2 banks and a credit union. There's still options. Alright, this one had 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 18s, and 8 non-18s. So 33, so almost double my normal amount. But then if you count the other box, $40 of them are 2018. So that was 40, but that was okay. Miscounted on that. Just gonna move these out of the way a little bit. Oh, I forgot to scope these. But yeah, a lot of it is going to different banks, just trying to get what you can. The biggest thing is if you have a place that you can dump the coins, you don't want to go to the bank, pick up the coins, and go back and dump them at the same bank. Whereas mine's a little different because it's not their coin machine, so they don't care if I use it. But that's one thing you do not want to do is pick up coins from one bank and deposit it at the same bank. Usually you find a bank that's kind of a, what you call a dump bank. And they're usually ones that aren't too helpful with you, and so you can just dump coins there. But yeah, I don't return any of my coins to my bank. I just take them all to my credit union. And that's the lucky thing, is if I didn't have that machine, it would be much more difficult for me to do it, because I pick up coins from both the bank and credit union. And usually you can just say banks and it includes credit unions, but I kind of specify. And sometimes it's starting small, you get what you can, and for me, because I get all the coins and everything, they know me by name, I take them treats. I go down to one of the shops. They sell only grilled cheese and a couple salads, and then they have a bunch of like ice cream and cookies. And so I'll go in and get a assorted dozen cookies and take them to each bank. And I had made sure that it was okay to take them, because some banks have strict rules. And they said they could take gifts as long as it was non-monetary, so I couldn't bring them a coin or something. and it had to be for everyone, so I couldn't bring it to just one teller or just the branch manager or anything. So that's why I take a dozen cookies in, and when I take them in, they're like, oh, and they get excited over it. So about every quarter I take them treats. I don't usually do it quite around Christmas because everybody's got treats everywhere. Alright, let's do a third box. Hey, Kathy Keith. Nothing says that I can't do 3 boxes. It's funny because the bank I picked these up from, usually they get me 4 boxes, and this time it was only 3. And this whole side ripped off, dang it. But my other bank is the one that had 1, and theirs were the new 2025s, and so I took those and listed them yet again on eBay. Sorry. No one yelled at me to flip it, from what I saw. See if we can find some more silver in this. $2025s, $24s. And I could tell that there was quite a few new ones because at first when I looked in, I was like, oh, they're new. And then I'm like, no. I'm like, I see bicentennials in there. Weedy 10. Awesome, Foster. And for those that have come in, if you provide content and want to support your channel, exclamation ME will throw your channel link up. And I just added points to someone. So I do try to keep a couple boxes so if my kids want to hunt halves, they have those because I only get them every other week. And then they're not guaranteed to be circulated either. Lots of new ones. I could tell the box is going to be that way just from looking through the bottom. Lots of 24s and 25s, which is funny because they're probably all mine that I've dumped in. And well, I haven't dumped 25s, but I've sold all mine. And the majority of my 25s are also Denver. I don't think I've pulled any 25 Philly out. Phone just told me to listen to my headphones too much and to turn down the volume. I've had my phone before, basically, it would do that. It's like something about you might adjust the volume, you know, this can damage hearing, and it's like I can't even hear the damn thing anyway. It's like I have to have it like on full blast just for me to hear it half the time. Hey, Michael Rose, welcome. In this box, I'm not expecting as many Nifsies. When I find that there's lots of new ones like that, I'm usually in the like 6 or 7 range. But 55 on 2 boxes, that's, yeah. It probably means my average is up 2018. That just means my average is probably up to almost 19 a box, including 18s. And some people will, you know, say 2018 shouldn't be counted as Nifsies, but they are. Just like supposedly 2025s are considered Nifsy. And I don't know if that's why people are buying them on me or not, but well, that one's got all kinds of stuff. Ring of Death, bullet through the head, bunch of some kind of indentation marks. Of course, 2018. So if I do another, 2019. So if I do another hunt like tomorrow or something, I'll probably do some quarters. Like I said, I've got 4 boxes of those now. Hey, Silverman. And I could still do some quarters tonight. Nothing says I can't. Hey, Garrett. Hey, 2017. had some finds in both boxes. The first one we had 4 proofs, 2018. And the second box we had a silver. And that was from the ones I did a couple times ago. Hey, no, you're good. Even just being in here, and even if you're not paying attention and someone's sleeping, because I've done that. You fall asleep in a stream, it's relaxing to watch, and next thing you know, you're waking up and the stream is over, and all that watched hours is helpful. I think with Monday stream, I'm right at 2,000 now. Watched hours. So another 1,000 to go, and then I'll be able to do the memberships. I'm sure most of you had seen the post I did, had a suggestion, and I looked at it, and it was going to work, so I'm offering that. Instead of a nickel or penny pack, you can choose 5 1-ounce rounds, any of them, including colored. Or for a $40 hunt, you can get one of my 5-ounce rounds. As the guaranteed. But it is more because they cost me a lot more than 1-ounce rounds do. And then I'm also looking at a few 10-ounce rounds. I just kind of came across and I was like, let's try that again. I was looking at the wrong spot. So I was thinking maybe 10-ounce, it would be... Pink, do you go to get your coins, or do you go to a credit union? I go to both a bank and a credit union. My bank orders me my halves, mostly, and some nickels. My credit union orders me nickels, dimes, quarters, and sometimes they get halves in. So my bank is normally halves and nickels, and credit union is pretty much everything but pennies and some halves. So like this last time I went in, I got a box of halves and 2 boxes of quarters, 2 boxes of nickels, and that was it, because they didn't have extra dimes for me this time. Sometimes they order too many dimes and they begged me to take them, so I take them. Because I usually open them after a stream. It's like, stream's over, box wasn't the greatest, so it got done quicker than expected. So that's why I usually open dimes after. And we have hit 50 the last 2 streams. The treasury just shows up at that. That's my kids. Just like, hello. Can't stay long. Gonna be up at 7. Family coming third Christmas. I can understand that. But it's one of those, back to like banks, credit unions. I basically take whatever I can get. Now that I sell nickel hunts, or you can buy a box of nickels for me to search. And I've been going through 2 of those a week, and I only get every other week pickups, and they were ordering me like the bank was ordering me 2 and the credit union would order me 2. I'm like, I'm barely having any extra. So that's why the bank ordered 4, because I said, if you can get 4, I would love it. Because I would rather have a stockpile and say, okay, just cut it back to 2 again. Because I wish I would have done that with pennies when I was able to get them. And when they told me, just so you know, we're not going to be able to get pennies, that was like the end of September. They said, if we order them, they won't be sending them, but we'll try. In both the bank and credit union, because they deliver, get deliveries from the same company. I wasn't able to get any more pennies since then, so. And I have a box of pennies that my kids are going through. Well, my son is going through them. He doesn't go through a whole box at a time. But yeah, I know some places are still getting pennies because people will be like, yeah, I've got 2 boxes. So I'm thinking it's, and I've also heard the ones that don't do Loomis are the ones that are able to get pennies. Like the ones that do, I think it's Brinks or Garda. I don't know if it's just one of them or not, but supposedly Loomis is the one that is not getting them. So I've heard a few things on that one. So like I said, I don't know if it's actual that or not, but anybody that has had Loomis for their delivery company has said that they've been cut off from pennies. And the ones that are getting them are the different type of boxes. The ones that are the, I don't know if you call them tall boxes or something. The ones that kind of like, instead of being like this, they're all laid out. And those are the ones that I've been seeing people still getting, are the tall boxes. Hey, Coin Cody. So that's why I'm thinking it must be a Loomis thing, because anybody who gets Loomis gets these kind with the holes and half flaps. So I guess we'll see. I had asked the bank, because they have a coin machine that, you know, like for businesses or whatever, 2017. I said, when they're full, can I buy the bags? And they said they re-roll them and use them. So now I have to keep track of trade-in banks versus pickup banks versus dump banks. Yeah. Like I said, with mine, the credit union has one. It's just in their lobby. And if you are a member, non-business, you can swipe your debit card and it deposits straight to your account. Or you can take it up to the counter and cash it. If you're a business, they charge you, I think it's 6% fee. And if you're a non-member and are just using it, they charge you, I think, 3% fee. So sometimes if you find one like that, you sign up an account and then you just use that as your dump bank. 2018. But like I said, since it's not serviced by them, they don't care if I use it. So that's why I'm able to pick up from both and dump at one. No problem, Foster. It's one of those, as you know, my kids call, and that's why I pause the stream and take their call. Because I've always believed family first. Should I try Bank of America with my aunt? Be better if I had them purchase. I think a lot of it just kind of depends on the banks and their rules, because some banks have different rules than other banks. In credit unions, 2018. These are all great questions. We like to try to help people learn and give tips and tricks and stuff. Because I know I didn't know anything about them when I first started hunting. I would randomly find them like in change and stuff, but people would give suggestions like, take treats to your tellers every now and then. Like for me, I found out that my tellers were throwing away the foreigns and rejects from the coin machine, because they just go over, and if someone leaves them in, they just take them over and throw them out. And that's why I found out they were doing that, and they've started saving them for me. Which is like I said, one time I went in and they gave me a Merc dime, and they've given me a bunch of foreigns. So and I've tried the third bank in town, but like I said, they don't want, basically, unless you have lots and lots of money or you're a business, they really don't pay attention to regular people, which is unfortunate, because the ones that have tons of money are banking there because they bank there forever. But yeah, unless you have a ton of money or are a business, they basically will not even, they'll talk to you, they'll get accounts and stuff, but like I've tried to ask him about ordering coins, and I said, I'm not even going to like return him and dump him. Or I said, I don't dump him here. And they still wouldn't even talk to me. 2008. But they're huge. Yeah, they call me if they get like the one time they called me, I was out of town, but it was a $100 bill. It was a star note, and I said, well, what's the serial number? 2018. So they gave it to me. I said, honestly, it's not worth much because it's 100. They're extremely hard to sell unless it's a very awesome serial number. I said, so, you know, thanks for calling, but yeah, I'm not, you know, gonna pick that one up. The other day I went in and asked my credit union, hey, do you have any 76 $2 bills or regular ones? And they pulled out a bunch, and they were 2017s, and they didn't have. I said, can I look at the serial numbers? So they showed them to me as they went through it, because they can't hand me the money to go through. But then they also pulled out a BEP pack, and a BEP is Bureau of Engraving and Printing, which is the ones that make the paper money. And it was a BEP strap of 2017. And so I said, do you guys want to get rid of those? They said, I don't think we're saving them for anybody. I said, all right. So I have a strap of BEP 100 consecutive $2 2017s. So if anybody's looking for any. I also have some odds and ends 2017s that I picked up that are, like, some of them are just 2 consecutive, some are 3 or 4. Hey, Sophia. Honestly, it doesn't hurt to see if they'll sell them to you without an account. The worst you could do is, like when I went into my bank, and they said, yeah, we can sell you halves. You know, we'll order them. I said, do I need to set up an account with any certain money? And they said, we'll just order them. They weren't even going to make me be a member of it. 2003. And I said, well, I'm still going to, you know, open an account and deposit money, but I'm like, most banks may probably make you open an account. And that's when they were just like, we don't care. We'll order them. So now when I have my regular personal, like Cash App and PayPal and Venmo, and I have my Dad Hunts coins. So all my Dad Hunts coin stuff goes into their bank. My sales, when I sell them on those boxes on eBay, all those proceeds, when they pay out, go into their bank. And I'm not even having to transfer money right now to them because of the sales on eBay. So if you find full boxes of 2025 brand new, you can sell them. I listed mine and a guy offered me $700 a box, and I'm like, no. Because after eBay takes their 13.5%, another 2003, they take 13.25% off the full price, and then you have the shipping. It's like I would have made, I think I figured it up, I would have made like $20 or something. And I'm like, no. So I countered. I went down a little bit from what I listed him at, and he just flat out denied the counter and declined it. But they give you 6 counters that you can go back and forth. So it wasn't like he even came back and said, well, I'll do 800. What's funny is the one I sold 4 boxes to, I shipped them out at the exact same time, took them all 4 in at the same time, 2018. One of them arrived on the 23rd, 2 arrived on the 24th, and one of them was tried to be delivered today, but there was no one to sign. So it's like they get shipped at the exact same time. Like I literally took all 4 in at the same. I didn't even bring them in batches. I just took all 4 in, which was 100 pounds. But I carry 4 boxes, not a big deal. And one arrives, and the next day 2 arrive, and the next 3 days another arrives. And it was flat rate priority mail, and it took see, I sent them out on a Tuesday. They didn't get there until the one didn't get there until Tuesday. One was 2 of them were Wednesday, and then one was today. The one that I'd sent out before that to a different customer, 2018, I sent his out on a Saturday, and his didn't get there until Wednesday. So it was 10 days or something. So it's like, this is kind of crappy when you're paying for priority mail and you're taking a week to 10 days to deliver it. It's like I could have probably sent it UPS ground and had it quicker. It would cost a lot more. But when you sell a 25-pound box of coins, flat rate is... Yeah, we will see, AG. Thanks for stopping in. Flat rate is the cheapest way because you can go up to 70 pounds and it's that flat rate. Whereas if you do it by ground, it would have cost me like 100-something bucks a package. Wrong one. Hey, Ron Pierce. Can't remember if there was someone that had won I think it was a wheel one night. But there might be one person that I've never heard an email from. I wish I remembered who it was. I'm pretty sure they haven't emailed me. Because I have a couple like BH. I'm just going to include it with his package because he's doing a hunt. But if you claim, if you know exactly what you want, it's always good to say, you know, I'm claiming the 25 like, and I'm choosing number whatever, or the, you know, whatever round, you know, the Jim Bob cracks corn round or whatever. Because then it helps me remember which one it exactly is. But if I'm, hey, Tim Ivans. But if I'm already sending a package like with BH, I just mark it and put it in with package. I think what it might have been was someone had won and then said to give it to someone else, which is why I think I never got the emails, because they had gave it to someone. Because if someone's giving it to someone else, then I don't need an email just to say, hey, give it away. So I think that's what it was. This is roll 32. So I see 44 likes, which means we're probably at 45. Mine's always one behind. $20.20. $2006. There's actually a lot more Nifsies than I thought there would be. 5, 6, 7, 8, 16. So I think my average is up to 19 now after tonight, but hopefully your microscope's doing good, Renee. Takes a little bit of getting used to, and it doesn't take too much to kind of dial it in. Like I have mine, if I'm doing just my own stuff without being live stream, I know, I just put it on basically charge mode. And if I'm doing a live stream, I put it on as PC camera, so that way my PC picks up, and then you can see what I see. But for the first while there, I never did anything with the PC part, because I was just doing hunts and then posting the results. But now the majority of what I do is PC mode. The only quirk mine has is for me to turn the microscope off after using it on like right now. I have to unplug it from the charging port and then plug it back in, and I can turn it off. But if I just hold down the power button right now to turn it off, it won't. It's good to hear. The nice thing is you can get them pretty inexpensive. You know, you can get them for as cheap as, like, on sale, $25-30 all the way up to, you know, hundreds. Like I said, mine was a hand-me-down, but I think even brand new it was only like $50 or something. Just woke up, slept 5 hours. Hey, congratulations. Just figured I'd hunt some halves to get some of those out of the way. Because I picked up a few boxes, and so I had 7 sitting there, or 5 sitting there of circulated. And I like to keep a couple for my kids if they want to. So after this box, I don't know, maybe we'll do a box of quarters, or start on one. 2018. Did you get package from Kittle today? No, it is still in the mail. In fact, I can pull it up and see when it's supposedly going to be coming. This is supposedly the 27th, so hopefully it'll be here tomorrow. It departed Las Vegas 7:45 Vegas time, which would be 8:45 my time, so an hour and a half ago. Which means it'll be here in the morning and then hopefully delivered to me. And I haven't seen the money order yet. Usually it shows me if like a letter or something is coming, but I haven't seen it. But I think it doesn't actually show until it's like ready to be delivered. Because I got my new insurance cards because we're switching health insurance companies, and it only showed up in the system as a, you know, as in my letters yesterday, and that, or Wednesday, and that's when it was delivered. And I was kind of half expecting these boxes to not have anything, because when I looked through the holes, there was a lot of new ones. And at first I thought they were all brand new, and then I was like, oh, I see circulated ones. But when I find those, usually I only find about 8 NFCs in those type of boxes, and in this box, it's a lot more than that. 9, 8, 17 NFCs in this box. 2018. And like I said, I don't keep the majority of my Nifsies unless I need one or couple that I need to finish my third set, so each of my kids have one, or saving them like circulated ones like for AG, because all he has is the mint sets. The oldest find is the silver, which is a 1968. I know we had a couple people choose 68. And the drink of the night was a Mountain Dew Zero. Five rolls left. Hey, Larry. Welcome. (2004). 3 rolls left for the halves. $20.18. I've come across tons of 74s and I've been checking them for the DDOs. When I get done with this roll, I will go to the scope to check for them. Been checking 72, 73, 74, 77s. Been looking for the no FGs. I don't ever go through the 71s because I get about 1,000 a box. Okay, a little exaggeration, but 2020. $20.18. $2002. Alright, let's go to the scope. No 77s this time, so they'll all be 74, 3s, or 2s. And I would say the majority of the 74s that I come across, of course, are half beat up. The really nice ones are never the DDOs. $73s. Hey, 3 chili peppers. 12 18s and 11 non-18s. $52 of them were 18s, 25 were non-18s. And I'll double check these laters for P's or D's and pull them out for AG, I think. So out of those 3 boxes, we had the 1968, we had a beat up 06 proof, an 81 proof, an 87 perfectly brand new almost proof, and a 72 almost brand new proof. So just a few. Because I'm bored and I'm not doing anything tomorrow, oops. I figure I'll start on quarters. We'll see how far we get. I'm not quite tired. Yeah, I'm okay. I was just lifting my bag of coins out of my thing, and the popcorn tin that I used to keep the bag in fell off. Well, you got to keep it interesting. Maybe it'll be a lucky night and I'll find a silver for my very first time. Got some good looking enders. The last time that we hunted quatas, we ended up with a proof, a W, and 2 foreigns. So that was out of our last quarter box. I like a Wender. I've never had a Wender, but $20.21, check for Washington die chip. $83, Spitting Eagle. It's weird, these quarters, the paper feels like it's almost like soft and fuzzy instead of the normal kind of slick. $19.70, we'll check. Quack, quack, quack. Free Lucky Lint. Not quite like that fuzzy. I guess I could stick my finger in my belly button and check. But no, more of, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It just doesn't feel like the normal rolls. $68, Denver. Well, considering I'm dressed, I sure hope it wasn't from me. Even though you can't see me. Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me on the oldest coin. $68, we had Gatita. Jim Thompson. And Foster Spines. You don't know if I have pants on? I do. Like I said, I wouldn't put you guys through that. Well, we had 3, so you have a 33% chance of winning the oldest coin. Well, yeah. So, Foster's Finds, you need to send me an email. I can send you the list of the ones I have, or you can always wait around and I'll go through some of them that I have that are not on the big list. Pretty much if you looked at the last stream I did, it would be the same ones that are in there. So a lot of them then. Who got the drink? No one. Or if there's any certain kind of round that you're looking at. That's the same with Jimmy. Any particular round you're looking for, type thing. If I have it, I can... Oh, Bellows had that? I must have not seen it. I'll have to throw him on the extra name on the wheel for next time. Yeah, so I got the one that I can email, and then, like I said, I've got a bunch that aren't on there. Like I've got an Army and Air Force. I've got Jackrabbit or Jackalope. I've got you name it. So I have a note to add an extra name on the wheel next time automatically for Bellows. Can't believe I missed that one. Trying to remember all the ones I have. The Jersey Devil, Jackalope, a bunch of different coin ones like Indian head penny, crypto, okay. Let me grab one of those and just make sure it's the right thing you are thinking of. Foster's. Fear the Jackalope. That will probably go out Monday, I'm guessing. Yeah, yeah, you are welcome, Jimmy. Like I said, it wasn't a planned thing, and I figure I'm not tired enough to sleep yet, so I'll open some coins, and if anybody wanted to, then they could come hang out. So for those taking off, have a good night. Appreciate you coming. $66. 21. I did get a couple of my 5-ouncers in that I didn't have on me. I had them on the list, but not on me, by possession yet. That's pretty cool. I can show them here in a minute. Again, thanks for coming. Appreciate it. I would have opened more halves, but like I said, I like to keep some for my kids. But at least this will get me $1,500 in halves, and then we'll see how many quarters into the bank. Should have put a big bump into my account. As I dumped, I think it was $2,100 in the machine because it had been down for, well, out of service because it was too full. And it wasn't for me. I left, there was still room. So it could have been one person later, but I did not fill it up. So I told them, I said, well, it wasn't full when I left. I said, I had a big hand in it. They just laughed. Quite a few 65s tonight so far. That's kind of interesting. I figure I'll go through at least a row and then kind of same thing. And good night, Otis. Thanks for coming. Again, it wasn't planned or anything, but I figure, well, if I'm going to open coins, I might as well stream it. So if they screwed up and put me on the schedule like they were not supposed to do, I'll just not answer my phone. Because I double checked before I left, because I said, well, I guess I'll maybe see you on Saturday midnight. They're like, why? So because I was told I was working. They're like, no, you're not. I said, well, like, they said, who told you? I said, I can't remember who it was, but they told me that I was going to be working on Friday night. And that's when they said, no. So I verified 3 times. Nope, okay. The last time I was on the schedule, they called me and hung up. I'm like, that was weird. So then I called them back. And they're like, well, we weren't sure who was working tonight. I said, it's me. He said, oh, we called Bev, and she said she thought it was you. And I said, but you guys didn't even, like, call. You hung up before I could even answer the phone. I said, it rang 1 time, and you hung up. I was like, I don't know why you couldn't have just waited and had me answer. It's like, whatever. So I was like, yes, I'm on. I'll come up. And they're changing the call. They're hiring someone just for Saturday and Sunday day. So from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. both days is going to be a dedicated actual someone there the whole time. Hey, Coin Quester. So that's going to cut a bunch of my call. Which not super happy about, but it'll only be from Friday midnight to 7 a.m. Saturday morning, and then 9 p.m. Saturday night to 7 a.m. Sunday morning. So, and I got in and asked when they're actually going to do this move me up thing. I said, because it feels like for the last year and a half, I've been kind of throwing this idea out there, and then it keeps getting brought up and said, yeah, and then nothing ever happens. I said, it's a year and a half of kind of being stuck with the carrot in front of me, and I'm not going anywhere. And he said, I'm trying to get you like now. They just think the CEO and HR is thinking that in 3 months before the guy that would be leaving, they would have me start training on him. And he's tried telling him that is not the way to do it. You can't just throw someone in 3 months before they take a big position change and then expect them to know everything. He said, I've been here 6 months now, and I'm barely getting comfortable with the system and how everything's working. He goes, if it was up to me, we would be pushing in, because we still got to find a replacement for you. And I said, I know. And I said, and if it's going to be a year from now, I'll be honest, if someone in St. George offers me a job and it's for a heck of a lot more money, I'll drive over every day. I said, I would rather stay here, but I'm not going to keep being led along. So I don't know why they think 3 months is going to be able to learn a complete new, different position. I mean, I already do half of it, but and I said, I'm not even looking at making like the same amount of money as I would be, as I've learned under him for a little while. I said, even if it's the same amount to cover my call and I wouldn't have to do call, I was like, that would be fine to start with. And then you're going to have to find someone to take my position, and whoever does that will have to learn it. So we'll see. So I basically told him I've had opportunities to leave and go to somewhere else. I said, but I wouldn't be making as much. So I've turned him down. I said, but if someone wants to offer me more than I'm making now, I'm gone. I said, and if they wanted me to start the next day, I would say, okay. And normally I would try to give them plenty of leeway or plenty of time. So I've got a few people behind me that are trying to push it along, but because if you take my amount that I make as base, just my hourly wage for 2,080 hours a year for full time, if you take that and you times that by 60%, that's how much I've made in cull. So I said, someone wants to offer me 60% more, I'm gone. And then you'll be screwed because you'll have to find a person to replace me and a person down the road to replace the other guy. Hey, New Marshall. I'm just complaining about people dragging their feet at work. About me. Went through 3 boxes of halves. We had a 40% in one box, 4 proofs in one box, and 80 total nifsies in 3 boxes. Because even the CFO, he was like, you've got an MBA, so, I would definitely hire you if I was at a different place, some other position, different company, and I knew about you. He goes, I'd definitely be hiring you. And I said, well, I've had people tell me that I should apply to them, but the position is not going to pay me what I need. I'm not going to leave for less money. And I'm not chasing the title. I've chased titles and that before. When I was younger and I thought, ooh, I need the title, and so I ended up getting screwed on a job. I said, because technically, the position that I do is not what my position is stated as in the system. So I said, they have me as an accounts payable clerk. And I should actually be either assistant to finance manager or can't remember what they call it, junior accountant or something. I don't have an accounting degree, and he goes, you don't need an accounting degree for what you would be doing. I'm like, I know. I said, but at one point it was because I didn't have an accounting degree. I said, but I'm not going to go back to school. The only thing I can do is either get another degree. I said, I've already got 3. I don't need more. I said, or get a PhD. And I said, there's no way in hell I'm doing a PhD in business. The only thing you can do for that is teach, basically. He goes, oh yeah, I wouldn't go back for a PhD either. But I looked at doing an accounting, and it's one of those, to become a CPA, you would have to, go through and not only take all the exams, because it's a lot of exams, you also have to have 2,000 hours worked under a licensed CPA. And there's not many of those around here. And that would be basically an entire year at full time, which means I wouldn't be able to work my regular job. I said, so I can't become a CPA. But it's funny when even the people that they were interviewing for the new CFO, because they introduced people in the office, this is whoever, this is him, and they would introduce me and say, this is Adam, he's our AP person, he's got an MBA, and they would, one of them had asked, is there a reason you're not using him? Like, does he just not do his work? And they said, no, if anything, he gets it done too fast. He goes, then what's the problem? Why is he not being utilized in a better manner? So it's pretty sad when people you are interviewing see that problem. So that's why in the last 6 months it's really kind of been kicked up as more. Oh, yeah. Not sure if I want to do just the rest of this row or do halfway. Kind of thinking just finish the rest of the row, which is 5 more coins, or 5 more rolls. Then maybe we'll stream tomorrow night. We'll see. If you guys search quarters, are you still finding W's? Because I think I'm averaging 1/2 W per box, about 1 every 2 boxes, if I remember right. Thought my system had froze or something. I wonder if it even if I even have points. Guess we'll find out. Haha, I can. Don't know why I thought to test it, but it's one of those, don't know how I have points unless I assigned them to myself, but I don't remember doing that. I would go dump coin tomorrow, but they're not open. You can tell I'm getting more tired too. So I'm not chatty as much when I'm tired. Anybody else besides Walker streaming tomorrow? So I don't know when, if I do, when it would be, but definitely want to stream over someone else. Doesn't say, because I know Copper Owl's on Sunday. Walker's usually Saturday morning. Paw's usually in the afternoon, but it with his foot injury, I don't think he's streaming because he can't carry all the queen and stuff. Going rounds on Sunday, okay. Haven't found a dye chip for a while in Washington's hat either. For a while there, I was finding like at least one box. Maybe they're all being pulled out. Trying to find hard to believe because you're still finding W's. Usually there's noticeable without a scope, but I figured, yeah, why not? None of those. I doubt I'll find a spitting eagle. Cluster is usually on before Copper Owl. It's one of those I wish I had more time to actually watch people now, but I usually try to at least stop in and either say hi or hit the like, even if I'm just passing through everybody's really quick. There's a few times I'm expecting to just pass through and yeah, they look a little funny. They got shrunk in the wash. I assume you're not streaming tomorrow. Because I didn't see anything post for it, but Martin's treasure hunting, and I might go live tomorrow. Gotcha. Yeah, I picked up 4 boxes of halves this week, and 3 of them were circulated, and one was 2025, and I had sold those other 5 that I had gotten previously, so I figured I'll at least take one new one. I like circulated ones to hunt, but so yeah, these were our finds tonight, Pa. A 72, an 87, an 81, and this one's really beat up. It's 2006. and 68. But I couldn't believe that the 87 looks like brand new, except for the milk spots on it. The back looks great. So I'll have to flip a few of these. And then the 72 is not too bad either. And it's blurry. Oh well. So there you go. I think I'll probably save the rest of those and probably be good for tonight. So I figured I got to get some of these back in the bank because I had 5 boxes of circulated halves. I had 4 boxes of quarters. So just a little bit of money sitting there. And we almost got to 50 likes. Got 46. Like I said, for a last minute kind of jump on decision, wasn't too bad. I was playing around with the thing. 7 5-gallon buckets of halves. Yeah, my place, the credit union, the coin machine was out of order because it was full. So I had 4 bags of coins. I finally went and was able to dump on Tuesday. So that was like $2,100 something. I was like, at least I can get that amount in. And then I picked up all the new stuff. So like I said, I've got between halves and quarters and nickels, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 grand, which I want to get back in the bank. I don't like that much coin sitting around. If I was there, I'd take them back for you. But that would be an expensive trip to come down just to empty coins. Well, anyway, got Jimmy was the 25 like, didn't hit a 50. Yeah, be a long trip, and yeah, if I lived there, I would just go and do it. And I see, like, when you post a video, I've been trying to see if you have the, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like for channels that are between 500 and 500,000 or something, you can put points or whatever to kind of help boost their standing. And so I've been trying to see if any of those show up, but haven't seen too many of them. Can't remember what it's called. Silver rounds 80th, that's crazy. Yeah, I saw it ended at like 79 something today. And I'm like, man. So I was calculating and had Googled back when it was in the 80s when they tried to, what was it, the Hunt Brothers or something? Got it up to $50 an ounce, and it said that at that time, in today's money, that would have been like $210 or something. So I was like, well, even at 79, it's still got 2/3 of the way to go before it hit the same level of value when you count inflation and everything. Yeah, I'm just down to 3 coins left because I bought those other 4, but the 3 coins left are not in stock, or they're like $300 or something. So I'm always looking for them. But yeah, I was like putting a bunch of the $11. Yeah, as I said, I remember when 40s were $3 or $4 and a 90 was, $7 or something. Yeah, because I was trying to complete at least the G4 better, and I got the one with, I think it was one of the hardest mintages, 1914. But the 3 I have left are, I think it's the 1896 O and S and a 97 S. It's 3 of the early years. It's the O's and S's, I think, of the 2 in 1 year, which is, I think, in 96, and then, or 86, 86, something, I don't know. But it's 2 of the early ones and 1 for the year right after that. And after that, I've gotten everything else. And I finally found that 1914, I think it was, that has like 144,000 minted, something like that. And that one, I was like, I couldn't believe it wasn't more expensive. I think I got it for, well, they had on sale or something. It was like $160 at that time. But I was putting a bunch of coins and stuff away for Christmas to clear off the area so the kids could use it. And I'm like, I've got more and more and more stuff I totally forgot about. I'm like, I forgot I had that. I forgot I had that. I got all this stuff, and now I've got all this. So it's one of those things. It's always fun. But yeah, I figure I'm finally getting tired enough that we'll probably end for tonight and see about maybe tomorrow night or something. I don't know. In my last box of quarters that I hunted, I found that, the S proof, found a W, and a Chinaman, and Elizabeth. And it's Bermuda. So that was my last box of quarters that I did. And then so there you go. Thanks everyone who stopped in and chatted and said hi. Sorry, you found a mint state 74D. Sweet. Ooh, excuse me. It's always fun, like on those proofs that I found, the 87S Those are always fun when you find them, because you find 87s now and then, but you don't find S's. But I found a few S's. And then that 72 or whatever it was, both of those like don't look circulated hardly at all. But that's cool. You got a pretty much mint state and circulation. Things are still out there. So anyway, I'm finally tired enough. So yeah, we'll see if we string tomorrow night, but don't know. I was gonna say I only did the 2 rows of quarters, and figured I'd go to at least that point. So, all right. Yeah, the one was beat to crap, the 2006, but those other 2 were really good. I was playing around with it and can't remember where I had it. Anyway, 70. Yeah. Oh, the 70 was mint state. Oh, that's awesome. Fun. Put that in there for next time. No, don't find many 70s at all. That's the hardest one for me to find. I actually found a silver commemorative at 82 Washington. The first one that they'd come back out with it, 90% for a commemorative coin in one of my hunts. I was like, what is this? I thought it was a Balboa or something at first, because I found quite a few Balboa commemoratives. But then I noticed it was George Washington 250th birthday or something. And I'm like, oh. So I got to looking, I'm like, that's silver. So I looked it up, and that's when I found out it was the first one they had done since they quit doing 90% silvers. So that's always fun when you find stuff new. That's the only silver commemorative I found. I found a few other commemoratives, but not silver. And it was a commemorative there was a commemorative proof and a commemorative, if I remember right, something else. And the one that I had is actually worth less, unless it's like in a one that like still in the thing from the mint or whatever, but can't remember. Anyway, I'm tired. I'll see you guys. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. And you guys have a good night. There we go.